Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, whenever and wherever you are, my friends. This is Alex, getting started with today's live stream. How's it going, Large Volts? Just getting the stream boot up here, get everything situated. All right, let's get switched over to our game scene. Let's get rolling today. Let's turn on some tunes. All right, so we left off yesterday. I had a bit of a weird time trying to build the day and night cycle. I don't know what took so long for me, but I was able to get that sorted out. And then now that we have the clock working in our game, we're gonna go ahead and want to start building up the next part of this, which will be incorporating the darkness to our game. So let's get started on that. So in our day night manager, we have our day cycles currently turned off. Oops, let me just refresh chat real quick, make sure our chat is squared away. All right. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is make sure at the beginning of our scene we change our opacity to 0. And now we want to show the lighting layer. Honestly, we're going to copy these and put these back just so we know that they're there. I was doing a tutorial video. I'll need to make sure that those are still there for that. So once we have ticks, we now need to add the next part of our time cycle, which is day-night. So we'll go event group, day and night. Put that underneath the ticks. And now we have, see, with our ticks, if this was like Minecraft, this would be minutes. Hours. I guess we could have just kept this one. And now we're going to get rid of seconds. Seconds. All the way to that new line. There we go. Now we're going to go minutes to hours to days. And that'll replicate the Minecraft system. A 24-hour period at 20 ticks, 2400, or 24,000 becomes 20 minutes. So our day-night cycle currently is 20 minutes. I don't need seconds anymore. I'm going to change that to day count. And once hours is greater than 24, we'll switch this to day count, hours. Oh wait, no, we need this to be No, that's right. Ticks, minutes. Hours. So every 60 seconds, our hours will jump up. We're just kind of waiting to see if that'll happen. There we go. So roughly 24 minutes in, and that's fine. So now, we're gonna go to our day and night cycle. I got phlegm in my throat today. I'll be pausing my mic every so often to clear that out. All right. So now we want to start checking some variables. So rather than saying if the scene variable is like, well, actually we could still set this. So if the hours are let's say less than or equal to 16 and they're greater than, let's say, 6. Hey, Large Volts, how you doing? We're going to say greater than or equal to 6. Then daytime is true. So now we could say, good. That the variable global number, no, it's a scene variable currently of day night is 0. It's daytime. And then if we do is greater than 16 and is less than 6, set it to 1. Good. Good. I'm glad you're doing well. How was your day? Because it is currently 9 o'clock, I believe, for you. 9:30 in the afternoon, at night, whatever. So now we have a toggle for day and night cycle. And now we could, potentially, come in here and just paste this, saying, if it is daytime, wait 3 seconds and change it to nighttime. And then in vice versa. We could paste this. So now, effectively, so right now, obviously, that did work, but the time, right, that it takes for that, no good. So now we need to figure out some math to change the time scale, the darkness, because what's going to happen now is once we reach the, if I go to our debugger and refresh this for our current game, going to our scene variables, and down here in let's see here, hours, we can change this to 16. And now when we go back to our game, it's gonna start becoming daytime, or it should. Let's go back here real quick. Go back to our scene variables. Go back to our hours and set it to 15. So now at the 16th hour, it should click that Boolean over. We can just check the Boolean, because it maybe I might need, because of, let's see, day count. That should have been set to 1. If we're greater than 16, but less than 6. Set day night to 1. That I don't. Low. uh. Hmm. Well, let's play with this a little bit, anyways. So if daylight is 1, what I want to do is start calculating off the hours. So basically for each hour, trying to think about this. How am I going to do this? I don't. I want to do this once per time, but I don't know if it's going to work like that. We're going to change the opacity of this for each hour. We're going to add let's see here. Let's see if okay. Uh, let's see here. So it's the current time divided by total times. Okay, so what we want to do is set this equal to uh divided by, so we need to do this as well. So we need to divide that by 24. And we need to multiply that by the current opacity. The maximum opacity, which is 200 in our case. Honestly, let's see here. I think I don't even know if that's gonna work. It's gonna be hard to tell. I just gotta let it sit for a while. Let's change our minutes to 10 seconds. That way we can speed this up. I don't think it's getting darker. I don't think so. I could be wrong here. It doesn't look like it's getting darker. Oh, wait a minute. No, doesn't seem like it. I think it really has to do with this crazy nonsense that I'm working with here. We're just gonna change the scene variable to 0. If it is 0, change the opacity of day to the variable, not global variable, of hours between the current hour and the 24th hour. So we'll get whatever hour it is. We can just set it to hours. I don't know why I didn't need to modulate that actually. Yeah, that math is whack. We just need to do variable hours, the current hour, divided by 24 times 200, because that's the maximum capacity of. That should be starting us out. Oh. Oh. It's working. I'm a genius. Rah! Man, it's gonna get dark. Why is this at noon? Why is it this dark at noon? Holy cow. So obviously we only need to set the sun during certain hours. So now we're basically dealing with sunrise and sundown. And then we can add that to the end of our normal time scale. Okay. This is great. I like this. And now it's going to reset at 24, which we don't want, of course, right? And then it's going to get real bright here in a second. Boom! Okay. So we have a night system, and that would then tick over to our day counter, and our day counter would then, we'd take our current daytime, add that to our plants whenever they're planted, and then modulate from there up, or not modulate, but then calculate from there to get to the plant's growth stage. We'd modulate between those two, and we'd check, and once it is there, sprout it. So what we need to do is we're going to actually change this to a Boolean, and we're going to call it sunrise. Sunrise, and then we're going to call this one sunset. Okay. So at the beginning of the scene, we're going to set these. And we're actually we're gonna set the sunrise to true. So at the beginning of our scene, sunrise is true. So we don't need this right now. And so now we can say, if sunrise is true, sunrise, variable, sorry, Boolean, scene Boolean, sunrise is true, then we need to start, so we actually need to now start this at 200, and we can divide it by the daylight maximum. Okay. Divided by, okay, so sunrise, we only want sunrise to take 6 hours. So if sunrise is true, change the opacity of daylight to 6 divided by 6 times 200. Uh, Uh, okay. So during sunrise, we want to set the day to a different math equation. We need to set this to lerp. Zero, because that's the minimum. Max is 200. And the last one that we want to do is the variable of hours. Oops. The variable of hours divided by 6, because that's the current amount of time that I want it to take to sunrise. That didn't work. Did it? I did it backwards. Genius. I'm genius. Okay. Yeah, I did this backwards. Okay, so let's do this again. So it's actually 0 to the maximum opacity, which is 200. And then we need to take the total time minus the current time, because we got to go backwards. So the total time is 24, and then we need to minus the current variable of hours. Divide that by 6. Yes? Hey, Bo, how you doing? Okay, so now there we are. All right, got it. Yeah, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Getting to work here on our day and night cycle. So we should start at dark. Whoa, that's really dark. Too dark, in fact. I have broken the game. Okay, so that's not right. Come on, what is going on here? So the total time minus the current time. Maybe I set this back to 0? No. Okay, so let's copy this for a second, and we're going to go backwards to what we had previously. So this is going to go to nighttime. So this code would work for if sunset is true. So let's turn that around for a second. So when sunset is true, we'll go into the dark time. But currently, we now need to transition into daytime. So when sunrise is true, and we want to also make sure that we're lerping. We're gonna fix our sunset to be lerp 0 to 100. Oops, 0 to 100. Current time, so variable hours divided by transition duration of 6 hours. So now, when sunset is true, we'll do the same thing that we were just doing, a little bit smoother. But then at the start, we're not going to be able to tell that. I mean, we'll sit here for a second. We'll go through 16 seconds, and then we'll check out what happens here. But yeah, it's going well, Bo. I'm working on trying to figure out this day and night cycle. And I think we're almost there. So that's good. Making good progress. No, you're all right. I can show you. Basically, it was last episode. That we started this, but I can walk you through it because I need to walk myself through it to figure out why this part isn't working. Right now, we should be transitioning into daytime, but we're not. Oh, I understand what that's like. I got a daughter myself. Sick children are a thing to deal with, huh? For sure. So this I don't understand. Because all right, so basically, okay, so Bo, what we're doing is we have a time cycle. At the beginning of the scene, we're creating our ticks, effectively. So right now we're emulating the Minecraft system. We're here first. So we're timesing by delta because we want to get our frame rate, so, or the frames of the engine, right? Making sure that we stay in delta time. Every second that passes, every frame, we're gonna tick 1. So that's 60. But then we limit it by saying, hey, if we're greater than 20, we're gonna modulate back down to 0 to back to 20 because we set it to 0. Modulating 0 to 20. We're gonna do it each time up until 20. So we can see that happening here. Now, we're integrating day and night. So we're going to set it back to 0. And if I run So well, okay, so that's currently just calculating day and night, or the time, the ticks, the time rate. So now we excuse me. That makes sense because that was never set to true. I'm dumb. Okay, so what I want to do is at sunset, make it dark. So we're going to start our game. Both sunrise and sunset are set right now. Sunrise isn't working. So we're going to go to sunset, which is the last 6 hours of the day. So 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. So, or 19. So at 1900 hours. Hey, Riley. We should be progressing into night. It is. Yeah, we're just using opacity. And we could do this with a value. We don't have to do it this way by putting a sprite over the game, but it just works really simple to do it this way. Because then we can center that on the camera. And then we're not, you know, all we're rendering is one giant sprite. Which is a single color value, which is nothing in terms of data. Okay, so here in the next hour, it should start getting dark. So here we begin starting now. It should start getting dark. No, not getting dark. So when I ran the sunrise variable, so we're just gonna disable sunset for a minute. When sunrise is true, and we run this code, every hour, our game's gonna get darker. At least it was earlier. What did I do? It's not getting darker, right? I'm not... Were we lerping earlier? I had it working earlier. What did I do? We're gonna take this, put it into here, and we're gonna set this to 24. I think that's what I had done. There would, yeah, no, so I have a lighting layer. And in the lighting layer, when it's properly set up, the player has a nightlight. So I can emulate that. So if I take this, and let's go back to my day and night manager. Set this to 0. Okay, good. Disable this for a second. In my lighting layer, where's it at? Lighting. Or maybe it's in the base layer that I do it? I'm trying to think in my head. No, it's lighting layer. In the lighting layer, we can add a 2D effect, and we can add a where's it at? I had the nightlight working earlier. I disabled it, and I'm trying to remember where and why. Lighting. Light effects. There we go. So if I change it to dark in that lighting layer, you'll see that the player has a nightlight. And this will allow you to see in a radius around you, even when it gets dark. So right now, though, I'm just working on the day and night cycle. So we can set that back to daytime. Okay, so when sunrise is true, which basically right now is just saying daytime for what we're trying to do. Was it this one that worked? Or my lerp's not working right? One of these, I could have swore. I mean, I had it working earlier, and now I'm just trying to think of what I had working. It should be hours, the current time. So the opacity of this thing should be the current time, which is hours, divided by the total time, which is, the total time is 24. Okay, first of all, it helps if you type correctly. I'm gonna cry. Oh, Alex! Rah! You're a dummy! Alright. Well, you guys can't see it, but I'm banging my head on the table. Alright. The pressure of live streaming, indeed. Alright. So, now, can we lerp effectively? We're gonna disable sunrise. I guess we don't have to disable like that. We're gonna set sunset to true. And we're gonna fix sunset, so it's spelt right. So now, at the last 6 hours of the day, I can't every time. Wait a minute. Why are you happening right away? Oh, because I'm done. Okay, so first thing we need to do is set a time. If the hours are between if it's greater than 8 hours, 16, 17, 18, at 1800 hours, if it's greater than or equal to 18 and less than or equal to 24, set sunset to true. So now, at night, we should be progressing into darkness at the last few hours. So we're going to wait a couple seconds here and see what happens. I think this fixes that problem. So my math wasn't wrong. It's the fact that I'm an idiot that made me wrong. Okay, so starting in just a few seconds, sunset should begin to happen. Let's see it in real time. I mean, we have a time sped up. Whoa! Huh. Not what I expected. Oh. Okay. No, that makes sense. Because my math is bunk here. So sunset actually needs to be lerp 0 200 24 minus variable hours divided by 6. And lerp. Why is that not valid? There we go. Let's go to debugger. Go to our scene variables. We're going to just change the daytime because I don't want to wait. We're going to change hours to 16. Refresh. Oh, enter. Okay. I did it backwards. Well, we figured out sunrise. All right. All right. Sure. We're gonna just... There we go. So that's sunrise. So sunset needs to be lerp 0 200 variable hours divided by 6. So this one is... Yeah. This should be true. We're going to set this the other way. So if it is greater than or equal to 0 and is less than or equal to 6, sunrise. And we're going to set sunrise at... Well, we don't even need to set that to true. That's dark as heck. Why you so dark? Why you so dark? Oops. Uh-huh. Uh... If the current hour is... Okay, if the current time... We're going to try this a different way. So it... So, okay, so... we're going to move these around. So first we're going to do sunset. Current time divided by max time. So if the current time... Hey, what's going on, Hemet? Welcome to the broadcast. We're so close here. So if the current time is less than if the current time is less than 24 and is greater than 18 and less than 24, the sunset is true. That works fine. So let's move sunset to a functioning spot. That we know that sunset works. Sunrise is where we have difficulties. No, this isn't Unity. This is Game Develop 5. If the current time is greater than... if the current time is greater than 24 minus the 6. No. If the current time is 0. Okay, I'm just trying to check the values in my head. So if it's greater than or equal to 0, so if it's greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0, and less than or equal to 6, set the sunrise true. If sunrise is true, lerp the daylight. Maybe this is supposed to be backwards? It's not supposed to be 200 to 0, right? That would be whack. No, that's not working. Sunrise is true, right? Let's check our debugger. Scene variables, sunrise. Hours, day count, sunrise is true. Alright. So we know that the sunrise is true, it's just not working correctly. So going back to where we were, we need to go back to our lerp, go from 0 to 200, because 200 is our maximum. We're going to take 24 hours minus 0, and then 1, 2, 3, divided by 6. I think then this needs to be set to 200. Maybe that's what's happening. Or not. Okay, wait a minute, though. Hold on. We needed this to go through one full cycle for a second. Because I'm thinking that it does have to do with what value we're starting at. Let's see what happens here. Because after 6 a.m., it should become daytime. No, because I'm a dingus. So now we need to set one more time frame. And if it's greater than 6 o'clock, but less than 18, then we're going to set sunrise to false. We're going to put sunset to false. And we're going to set the opacity back to 0. So our sunrise is still broken because I can't figure out the math. Okay, but at 18, we should be transitioning back to dark. So let's see what happens here. Or 18, rather. Okay, so now it should be fading to dark. Immediately. Why? Okay, we're gonna set minutes to 2, just so we can fly through this real quick. And it's gonna do the same thing at nighttime? Why? How have we broken it so much? What happened? I feel like as soon as we introduced sunrise, we broke everything. We need to set this back to 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Um, What is happening? My brain. Okay, so let's work through this. Starting at the beginning. So if we're going to do if the current time, so if hours is less than 6, then set sunrise. This is the right one. Why is it going backwards? Okay, so if it's less than 24 and greater than 18, transition to nighttime. We can probably just get rid of all the Boolean crap. Now we immediately go dark. That's so interesting to me. Okay. So if it's less than 6, then lerp between 0. Okay, so we set the... Let me just follow this all the way through. So if the current time is less than the duration, which is 6, set the opacity to 0, lerp 0, max capacity 200, the current time divided by the duration transition, which is the same as here. Has to be the same. And then if the current time is greater than 24 minus 6, then set the lerp to set the opacity to lerp 0, max capacity, total time minus current time, divided by transition time. Otherwise, I feel like we have to do this backwards. No. Okay. I was just, I guess, checking that. But this only works Otherwise, we want to set this to 0. I think I'm thinking about this backwards. I think we're assuming that 200, even though it's full opacity, is white and not black. All right. Let's... We're so close to this. I can feel it in my jellies. All right, we want to set this to 200. And because of that, I do believe we need to go backwards. I think this is important. All right. Okay, so that shouldn't be underneath the freaking beginning of the scene, for one. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy shit. Oh, oh, I'm a freaking legend, bro. Whackable, welcome. 1 second here. Let me... I gotta add one more thing to my game real quick. And then I can walk you through what my game's about. Okay, so... Right? Am I right? 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Brilliant. And now back at 18. Okay. We can just do... wow. I jacked those. And didn't... there we go. Not quite. So if this is less than, we gotta flip these around. If it's greater than this and less than 18, set it to 0. So now, why you no work? I guess we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Right? What did I break? Let's go backwards a second. What happened here? What did I break? Oh, because one, I did it upside down. I just had it working. What did I do? Oh, it's this. Okay, sorry. Now we can set our minutes back to 60. There we go. So now that'll gradually happen. In our time frame. So I'm gonna make it daytime. And we're just gonna say if real quick, if let's see, key is pressed, we'll say T for time. If time is pressed, set the daytime to 0. There we go. Oh. And okay, so basically now what we want to do real quick is change these values a little bit. So now we want to say sunset is here. We're going to set that to true. And then we're going to re-enable these booleans. So we can just delete these guys. And we can... Oh, that needs to be there. So if sunset is true, lerp. If sunrise is true, lerp. And we'll set sunrise to true and set sunset to false. Oops. Sunset to false. And actually, we don't need to do that. If T is pressed, we're going to turn them both to false. That didn't work. Oh, it might have worked. I just wouldn't know. Because our minutes... We're going to just check to make sure that that's functioning, at least this first part. Make sure our time scale is still working. Okay, our time scale is still working. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to just disable these for a second. And set... We're going to turn this back on. And just delete these. So, for testing purposes, I'm working on... my game's called TerraFarmers. You start the game off as a cargo hauler working for a company called Dale, dispensers of Astrolife Essentials. Dale Corporation has sent you on a mission to deliver cargo goods to TerraFarmers, terraforming farmers that work on terraforming planets. Along the way, you get struck by a asteroid, and it causes you to crash land on this planet. where your ship and all of your goods are spread out across the game world. You have to retrieve your parts and fix your ship. You find out in the very beginning that you don't have insurance, and so you rack up a big bill, and it's going to take them a couple days just to get out to you, so you have to survive it first. And so this is the beginning of the survival mechanics, where you can harvest, and we can plant, we can mine for resources. If you don't have the right tools, it lets you know. Something's happening there with the font text, so we'll fix that later. That's good to know. I'm not sure what happened there. That one's working. Alright, well, we'll work on those later. Yeah. And so it's going to be a farm sim. So it's a cross between Slime Rancher, Stardew Valley, like Harvest Moon, those styles of games, and my own little action RPG elements. This engine is GDevelop 5. What's my computer? Like the specs on my computer? Yeah, I'm running a Ryzen 9 5950 with 64 gigabytes of RAM, 2 RX 580s, and 14 terabytes of storage. Which is 18 cores, 32 threads. Yeah, yeah. I'm running a beefy computer. Between the two GFX, I'm running 16 gigabytes of DDR5. I have the 8 gig MSI RX 580s. For sure. It's my editing PC, gaming PC, and all of that. Okay. So, we have time. So now, in our game, we want to set growth rates dependent on time. That's like the next big thing in our game. Yeah. I think that's the next big step. We would start the game at a certain time. We're gonna say that when we're gonna begin with hours equals 8 o'clock, and that way we can re-enable this and just start during daytime. We just need to add. There we go. Okay. So now we'll start the game during daytime. And that way it's not dark every time we boot up our game. The next thing that I want to do though is before I forget, actually, during sunset, when sunrise is true, disable sunset. Change the Boolean value. And there's one more thing I wanted to do. What was I going to do? Shoot. Curse you, ADHD brain! What was I going to do? Did I say it out loud, guys? Did I tell you guys what I was going to do? Because now I can't remember at all. What was I going to do? I saw something in the game, and it made me want to do something. I can't remember what I was going to do, guys. What the heck? Yeah, well, yeah, growth rate's going to be important. Dang, there's something I want to do with the time scale. But that's all right. So every time that there's a day count. So currently we're not keeping track of days. So now we need to go to our plant manager and start working on text. Changes the order for each tree. For one, we need to do this. For each instance of Why doesn't that work? It's going behind the trees. We need to do it when it's created. So we need to multiple times here. Let's see. Ah, fixed it. All right. That was going to bother me, but we fixed that. Now, someone said to me that we should put asterisks on our chop as well as our tink for our ore and everything. Not particularly sure why, but I'm not against it. We also need to do the same thing for the Z order of each node spawner. Okay. All right, now chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Tink, 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 tink. All right. So there's that. Now we need a growth system. So in our plant growth, max growth +1. We don't need that right now. We don't need this right now. We're going to rebuild the plant growth. Cool. Okay, so when for each instance of plant, we need to do something very simple. We need to set the plant's variable of start stage. So we need to say we need to make a new variable. What is I gotta go back and check out my plants here because I can't remember off the top of my head. Entity collectible plants radish variable growth. Growth start. So now when we're going to set the growth start to day count. For each instance of plant that we create, set the variable to the day count. Once. So we got to add that at the very beginning, but we want to do this one time. For each one, do this once. And now, in our growth stage, for each instance of plant, for each plant, oop, that's plot. For each plant, set the harvest stage. Change the variable of harvest stage equal to the growth start plus stage count. We need to move that up here. Growth start plus stage count. When the... Okay, so we don't have stage count currently, and that's why it's red. And this should be, yeah, number variable. Growth start is, but stage count isn't. Okay, so we need to go back into our plants. We need to add a change. Oh. That's why. Okay. So we need to add another variable, and we're going to call this stage count. Growth stages. Set this so each plant will have its own growth stage. There are 6 growth stages in the radish, and I think there's 7 now, because we're going to now import our new radish. Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's actually 6 in total. So it's, yeah, that's correct. So 6. Inside of our plant manager, at the set the harvestable to growth stage, right? Growth start. Growth stages. Can't remember my own naming conventions. Oh. Hey, how's it going? All right. So for each instance of plant, change the harvestable of, and we're going to do this once. For each instance of plant, do this one time. Change the harvestable of the harvestable stage of that plant to the plant's growth start, which we set down here, and plus its growth stages. So then, after we do that, if now we need to modulate between, so then under the conditions that when harvestable, this needs to be a variable scene number variable. So when the scene variable when hours. Oh, awesome. It's good to know that YouTube is pushing that stuff around. I am making a game. If you haven't picked that up already. So whenever daytime, whenever the day count, it's going good. We're working on some base mechanics here. Well, what happened? That was weird. Okay. Let's see. So right now we're working on the plant growth stages for our game. So that way we can start growing crops efficiently using our time cycle. So for each instance of plant, set the harvestable stage of the plant to the growth start, which we're setting the growth start when it's planted. No, we're not. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna change this to become a radish for simplicity's sake. So when we create the radish, we need to set the growth rate, the growth start, to the day count every time we plant one. And then once it's created, we're setting its harvestable stage to. I think we can just do that here too. And I just, yeah, so we set the day counter of our growth start to 0, whatever the day count is, and we then take that day count, whatever the value is, plus the plant's stages, how many stages it has until it's fully grown. And we have the logic for once it is fully grown, what we can do with it. Now we need to check. So for each instance of plant, when the harvestable stage when the day count equals hold on. When growth start so every time we hit a new day, trigger plant's growth start +1. So for each stage of plant, when the hours reaches 24. So when the variable of hours, number variable, scene variable, hours, is greater than or equal to 24. I like it pretty well, actually. One second here. Let me figure this part out in my head. When every 24 hours, because we're gonna we reset on a time cycle. We are going to change the plant's growth rate, growth start, add random in range 1 to 2. We'll do 0 to 2. So now, effectively, our plants should every 24 hours roll to add a random value between 0 days and 2 days of grow time. So we'll have plants growing at different rates. and then we can add values to what happens then at the end. So now we can go to our game scene. And let's just get our axe real quick, because I realized I goofed something up, but that's okay. So once I get there, I have a bag now. For whatever reason, the trees right now are going to give us... so there's that. That was not center. That's okay. We'll fix that later. So now, every day, this should grow. I like this engine quite a bit, just because I'm now familiar with it and I've done some work in it. It's a little bit like... the interface is a little bit like Unity, I suppose, in how you export things to the editor to edit with. I've done a little bit of work in UE5 using blueprints, so I'm a little familiar with that as well. But that's a really complicated for the style of work I want to do. So, that plant didn't grow that I'm aware of. So let's go check our debugger and just check our plants real quick. So go down to radish, and let's see. Its growth start is 0. So we just rolled bad, I think. Let's see what happens in another 24-hour period. I should probably have not set it to 0, because now we could wait a bunch of time. But we're going to see one more time. While we wait, how's everybody doing? What projects are you guys working on? What sort of 2D project are you working on, K9? I mean, yeah, curious. Just a couple more minutes here, and then we're gonna rotate. I gotta take a drink of water. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I have a tendency to choke on this stuff. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure. We're gonna set this to 1. Working on a physics-based ski jumping game. That actually kind of like Alto? I really like Alto. I see. Oh, I gotta harvest real quick before we run out of time. I forgot. Give me a... No! Give! Oh, God. The odds. No! Ah! Okay. No! I planted it! I'm like 3 seconds too late. No! Cries tears of sadness. QQ, man. QQ. That was unfortunate. So in your ski physics game, do you like jump off the slope and do tricks for points or something? Rotations and stuff like that? Kind of like a crash, one of those car crash games. Try to lob that guy as far as you can. Alright, let's see here. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, close. The same sort of mechanic. Throwing that person as far as you can. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a good project. Is that the first thing you've made, or? Okay, so that didn't work. That should have updated our... Let's go in here and check our plants. Oh, it did. Oh, no. No, it didn't. Because we started on day one? I don't know. I wasn't checking that out. We're going to have to watch it one more cycle, which is annoying. I guess I could change the scene variable on the fly. Let's see. Set the hours to 20. Okay, another stage should have happened. The question is, did it? No. Growth start. Alright, let's take a look at this. Let's close our game. Well, I should probably save. I don't know how long it's been since I've saved. So, growth start. We only want to do this once. I think that might be what's happening. Okay, very quickly here. Let's go back in here and cut down some trees. Okay, there we go. We got the bag right away. So go to our bag, build our plot, build our plant. Now we're going to ferociously watch to see if this thing does. Oh, okay. Back in the day. You have your thing is Bo Meets World, I assume. You're dating yourself a little bit with that Boy Meets World. So are you like an 80s, late 80s? My guess is late 80s, early 90s. Okay. All right. I was close, damn it. Maybe I don't need... I I hear you. I hear you. I just turned 30 myself, so my you got a few years on me. But my eldest brother is 86. Oh shoot. I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs realizing that I haven't planted anything. I gotta add some like management tools here so I can just spawn myself some stuff so I don't have to do this every time. Alright, plant, for the love of all that is holy, grow. Please. Please grow. Please grow. Ah! Man, hold the phone. I just realized we have no grow logic at all. We don't even know when to make something a harvest stage. Wait, what happened? I deleted everything is what happened. So even if this was working, you are an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Well, you're right, but I'm just trying to set a time when the plant should grow, right? Right now, it's kind of irrelevant. That's just a placeholder. What we want to do is get these mechanics working and then fine tune them. Or at least that's how I operate. So for each instance of plant, though, we need to start controlling the growth rate. So if the growth rate, so if the plants variable number growth rate okay, we're gonna change growth start to just growth because it's gonna drive me nuts. It's gonna drive me nuts. So growth, growth. Now we're gonna go back into our plant and change it from growth start to just growth. Okay, so effectively, now when our plant reaches that stage, we're gonna do something, and then we're just gonna do this for. Oh, this is actually easy. So for hold on. So for every time in between each of these growth stages, when the growth equals, we're going to change the plant animation +1. when the growth of plants is equal to the harvestable stage, the plant harvestable, then we're going to trigger the harvest stage being true. So then the plant's harvest stage, boolean, so bool value of harvestable, harvest stage, sorry. There we go. We're gonna have to restart our game. So for now, potentially, come here, I need all this. Didn't give me anything. Give me seeds. Give me seeds. There it is. Whoa! Okay. Also, this is driving me nuts. I don't know why I haven't done this, but I'm going to. Hide the lighting layer. We're going to take a collectible. Drag it right there. We're going to change this to a bag. This is how we resolve that issue. Alright. Oh, I forgot to set the animation. That's fine. That works. Wait. We got a -1 to that equation, I think. But let's see if this works now. Just a couple more seconds. I don't know if that worked. Let's go to our debugger. Go to our radish. It's at growth 0. Why is my growth not going up? Don't cancel, please. We're getting close. When the variable I'm typing some stuff, trying to figure out the math on something. Asking Godfather Google. Let's see here real quick. Getting close. I think I understand. Okay. Let's think about this from the very beginning. From the very beginning. All right. How many times do we want to repeat this? Every time the day count. No, we don't want that because this will repeat constantly. We're getting, let's see. For each plant. For each plant, repeat this a number of times equal to what I want to do is check for every time the day count adds 1. And I'm trying to think about how to store that information. If we set the growth rate to the day count, we have a set value. And I know that I want to modulate between the growth and the harvestable stage. So we do know automatically, though, that whenever the bool, the plant, sorry, when the plant's bool value of harvest, when the plant's variable growth equals harvestable, set the harvestable stage to true. So now it would be easy if I was doing this for one plant, but we want this to be for all plants. So each time the variable of day count is see, the problem here though is that it's just going to instantly grow. So if the day count, for every time the day count is different between the growth rate and the harvestable, Also, I want to start on day 1. Wait a minute. Wait a second. What's up, Panos? Every X seconds. So we want to say every I'm working on my game TerraFarmers, which is a 2D space adventure farm sim style game, kind of a mix between. I'm gonna have some slime rancher elements. Wait a minute, why isn't that working now? Oh, weird. Huh? Not sure why that was. Anyways, so we're working through just some game mechanics at the moment, trying to figure out why something that I'm trying to do isn't working. So, at the moment, I just realized that it's in my day and night manager. So every time, uh, that's what we were gonna do here. So all along, Bo was right. I remembered what I was gonna do. So effectively, every time, uh, at the end of every day, at the end of sunrise, we want to do this once. I don't know why I'm trying to do this differently. Um, so what we can do is, uh, at the end of sunrise. So when both of these are false. So when sunset, we can go back into here. So when sunset is false, uh, and the time is less than 1. Less than or equal to 1. Zero. Then we need to trigger this once. And we need to change the growth of plant to random in range 1 or 2. When growth is greater than or equal to harvestable, set it to true. So now we can get our hoe out. Sometimes it breaks because of these seeds. I don't know what's happening. Why? Hello? Mr. Hoe, why are you not working? Why suddenly is my hoe not working? Oh no. Mr. Hoe, why you don't work? I have to have the axe in my image? Okay, there's something's wrong there. But now, at the beginning of every day, our plant should grow. I know it's not in the right spot, but our plant should still grow. I have no idea if it grew or not, because we didn't change the stages. So we have to go back in here and go to our radish. And now our growth stage... That didn't work. Harvestable went up by 1. We don't want that. Wait, what happened? We can say 6, actually. So we're going to update this. And now, at 6 a.m., it should change. I might have to restart the game, though. So now we should be able to go back into our debugger, refresh, and we did see that the growth changed. That's perfect. So now that's working. So now what we have to do is every time the growth of plants we want to modulate, I believe, between oh no, hold on. That's not gonna work. So I think it needs to go there. So now effectively every time, where's our bag? There it is. Okay, that didn't work right away, so let's check this. I think it's gonna instantly grow again though. We just gotta wait for 6 a.m. to roll around. I think it's gonna end up flipping through all of its animations because we're modulating, but now instantly grown. Ready? No, it worked. Holy crap! I'm a genius. 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 Uh. Okay. In our daylight manager, every time we press T, we're going to change the hour to 5. So now we should be able to press T. Okay. That adds 5? I meant to set it to 5. That's all right. That's working. That's nuts. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, that should be the harvestable stage. Oops. When we get to the harvestable stage, -1. Because the last stage is actually mod stage. So in our game, when let's jump ahead on the time frame. Oops. Oops. Okay. We're gonna leave it right here. So at 6 a.m., this should randomly grow 1 to 2 stages, or 1 stage currently, because we're not random in ranging. I don't think, because I wasn't sure this is gonna work. I can't believe that works. Let's jump forward. Okay, the next day is rolling around. I think there's one more stage after this, and then it's harvestable. Nope. Let's see. I think we're getting close here to resolving whatever madness is happening. Okay. We're going to skip ahead. Too far. Oh boy. Our plant. Let's see. Something was happening there. I don't even know what stage it is because I jumped all over the place. So let's see. Growth stage is 2. What animation is it in? Its max growth is 10. Interesting. Okay, first of all, we're going to finally fix this. Don't add 5. Set it to 5. There we go. So now, we can do this very quickly. Give me the hoe. Okay. I have to have the axe in my inventory for some reason. I'll fix that in a second. That's going to drive me nuts. So, here we go. Okay. Why is that not growing anymore? Okay, now it's going. Okay. Okay. Okay, so right now, it should be harvestable. Its only growth is set to 1. But our animation is changing. So our animation one is logic is working. We're gonna have to restart. Yeah, let's see real quick. Hoe, plant, time, 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 time. Okay, that didn't work at all. So let's go back to our debugger. Growth stage is now 1. Ah. Turns out, I'm an idiot. Oh, kill me. Alright. So let's grab our stuff here real quick. Put a hoe on the ground. Do that. Time. 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 I cannot harvest you. Why can I not harvest? Why are you not harvestable? No, now you are. Wow! Yeah! Alright. So now, let's fix a couple things. There's a couple things that are bothering me. So now we have our plants effectively working on a daily scale. We're going to close our plant manager. No, we're not. We're going to leave that open. Time manager, camera manager, we don't need. Inventory manager, we do need. Planting. We need to go seed planting. Aha! If the player's inventory contains a hoe, now we can fix that. And we need to create the radish at a center -8, -8, because we're not going to be centering. We're going to be using the top left corner of our sprite in our radish. So now we're going to go back to our game. And we're going to go to this animation. And we're going to call this radish growth. We're going to file export the animation of radish growth. We're going to change that. And we're going to save it. We have to name it. That's fine. It's going to be named gibberish now, but that's fine. We're going to go back to our radish. Stage 0. We're going to change the sprite. Go to our growables. And now we're going to remove the originals. What happened? Why you be like this? Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. We don't want that. Or these. Alright, so now we have 7 stages, including the monster stage. 7 in total. But that's the item, technically. So 6 growth stages. Yeah. Alright. So I want this one. And we're going to delete this one. And then I want this one. Very straightforward. We're just replacing the old with the new. Going through and removing each animation. Making this just look a little bit better. We're going to delete that one. Add a sprite. Oops, we need to add an animation. It needs to be this one. 5. And one more. Oops. We need to add one more animation. And we're going to add the feral version. Going to name it feral. All right. So now we shouldn't only need the hoe. Get out of here. There we go. Okay. Time. Let's see if it works. Time. 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 Now I can harvest it. There we go. So now, we need to work on our radish points. All right, we're just gonna put. Let's check our animation here. Is that really the new one? Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. I'm pretty sure we can do that. So now we can hit close, hit apply. And then we need to go back to our planting manager and reduce this -8, -8, because now we're spawning just on the point. Let's see if this works. Punk. That looks good. Time. Okay, and that time we grew really fast. And now we should, if we get to max time, turn into a feral. Oh no, we don't have that stage yet. That's good. Okay. Awesome. So we're gonna need a way to break seeds or plants into seeds potentially. All right. Oh, that's interesting. We don't want that to happen either. So now we need to go to our inventory manager, and in our collection, no, we want... I'm trying to think. Pickups. Here we go. For each instance of player, right? If they're we're gonna put it underneath here. As long as we have to check now for each another instance of stuff. So for each instance of a modulation between let me think about this. If the inventory square so normally we'd be checking for an inventory ID inside of something else. But currently we know that there's only 5 squares. So from 1 to 5. So as long as there is room in these, and so now we need to check to make sure that the variable ID name of item is empty. As long as there is an empty square, allow items to move towards you. Okay. For each inventory square with that ID, do this. Hmm. That's funny. Things fly to you faster the less you have in your hands now. That's kind of funny. But that does work. It kind of simulates weight in an interesting way. So if we had nothing in our hands and we went buy something, it would just fly to us. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. For each instance of inventory square, as long as if the player is below this range, and the inventory is empty. Wait, will that mean? Hold on. Okay. Did I fix it? Huh. Let's take it on the... Cool. There we go. So now this won't come to me because... There we are. Yeah. Alright. There it is. So now we have pickup working on... As long as there's an inventory square that has something empty, pull it towards you. Because otherwise, we don't want a player to be walking and dragging an item behind them that they can't pick up. Because then they could just stay at a certain distance from it, and it would drag the item with them. We don't want them to do that. Now we want to go back to our time. We're going to save. We're going to go back to our time manager. And adjust minutes to 60. So now minutes work like seconds. Every 60 seconds, an hour passes. So we can now collect our hoe, which I realized is not on the right layer. Yeah, I am working alone. I'm doing all of this solo. Everything from the art. I do the art, the coding. Get back to wait for this next hour to pass. Make sure our plants are still growing correctly. There we go. Okay, we got our plant growth working now. Have a small hiccup with our inventory, but that's fine. We're going to set the hour back to 5 to make sure that our plants are growing correctly. There it is. Oh, interesting. We can't farm this one. It's not ready yet. That's very interesting. I'm wondering why that is. Oh, no, that's because, yeah, I've got one more stage after this. There we go. Oh, that one gave us 2. There's technically nothing in our inventory anymore. There we go. Okay, so we gotta work on the... We gotta fix the sack. And then we're doing all right. Okay. When sun sets, so we need to add something here. So when sunset is true, and sunrise let's see here real quick. Thinking about this in my head. We want to turn on lighting. There we go. Man, that would be really dark. Okay, so hold on. So now in our day-night cycle, can we change the opacity of the layer? What? Layer? Layer opacity? No. Layer. Light color. No. Nightlight. Let's see here. I had a nightlight somewhere. I thought I did. Don't I have a nightlight somewhere? Oh yeah, it's on this layer. It's on the lighting layer. So maybe we move the nightlight. Lighting. Lighting. Set this back to daylight. Let's take a look at this. Because what should be happening is as we get dark, our nightlight should appear. And I might need to... I think it's currently set to the player. Like, it should always be set to the player. But if it's not, I'm going to come up here and take a peek, because it should be, like, right here. So... I'm not going to wait that long. We're going to go to our system here, and we're going to set Y to 17. So now we can switch ahead to nighttime. the beginning of night. Now every hour it should get darker. I don't have the time to wait or the patience to wait for that, so we're going to change our minutes to 10. And go forward in time. Okay, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. So we want to set when sunset is true, set the night light we're going to set it to the player XY. Oops. XY. And we're going to change the nightlight Z order to day Z order plus 1. So it's always on top. Jump ahead. Oh, I think I see it. It worked! Holy snap, it freaking worked! Oh man, it's getting dark. And then during daytime, we shouldn't notice it at all. So now it should be gone. Huh. That seemed to work. Alright. I like it when that happens. My music died. So we're gonna go back. Start that all over again. Alright. So we have time. I love that. That's working so good. So we're gonna set it back to 60. So now we're operating on the same daytime cycle as like Minecraft. Jump forward in time, just so I can see nighttime happen a little bit sooner. That's a big deal. Nice. All right. So, plants grow. Time changes. We have an inventory. We need to now fix some of the item stuff. So we're gonna go back to our game scene though. We're gonna hide the lighting layer for now. this guy is on the wrong layer, needs to be on the pickup layer. Perfect. We want to change the bag animation to the bag, which is like 6, 7, 8. There we go. There we go. So now there. Okay. So the big thing that's happening now. How did I pick up? Whoa! How did I pick up 2 pickaxes? How did that happen? I think. Oh, it's because the seed's bugged out. That's right. Okay. No? I'm not sure what happened there. We'll figure that out later. What's next? Fixing. Let's change some things. We're going to go to our plants. And instead of needing... Sorry, not our plants, our nodes. Tree node. Instead of needing... Where's it at? You lack the tools. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do something. To center some of this. Interesting. I don't know why. That's very interesting, but that's okay. Just trying to see UI wise what I like more. I kind of like that they each say something different, personally. Doesn't offend me. So now in our plot manager. Planting seeds. After we use this, if we no longer have, we need to do this as well. There we go. 2 separate instances where now when we use our pick, oh, we do need to hide the text. Only, I think, under this circumstance. It's not removing it. What? Here we need to say if the inventory square name of ID is empty, right? So that one works, but I have a feeling that the other one still doesn't. We'll see. We got to get, right now, for some, because I haven't fixed the trees, they drop bags occasionally. There we go. See, it's supposed to remove it, because now there's no more. So, I think that was the problem. So now it shouldn't matter where that bag is. It did. What the heck? I think we still have to add this down here. Same thing. You just got to double up on it because there's 2 conditions. Aha. Now it shouldn't matter. We're going to chop down a couple trees so we can get some more seeds. Okay, there we go. Now we've got 2. So we're going to move it real quick. Dang it. It still didn't work. Dang it. It's not removing the... Whoa. Okay. Okay. We gotta take a look at this in our debugger. We gotta go into our inventory selector. Not inventory selector. ID2 has a bag in it. We don't want that. For each player, when their inventory no longer contains the bag, and the inventory's name is bag, set it to empty, change to nothing, and we want to set its item count to 0. But it should do that automatically. Why? We want to do this once. One more time here. We just need to check one more thing. So if we have a hoe and we use this bag, we need to go to our debugger, refresh, inventory square, number 2. Okay. I think that should sort this out. Let's take a look here. So that didn't work, did it? Man, this is a doozy. Trying to figure this out. Okay, but why? Going back to the inventory square, going to square 2. It is selected, but there's no longer anything in it. But the text value assigned to it. So let's go now to text. Go to text 2. I agree, Bo, for sure. We're just not hiding, apparently, afterwards. The text should be hidden. We need to take into account. There we go. I think that's it. So now we're going to just do a restart. Take this. Take that. Oh my goodness. Why is that work? Okay, so going back here, inventory square is selected true. Okay. It's got nothing in it, which is good. But then the text variable should be false. But it's not. So that one works as expected. There's a bag. Let's remove them spots. Dig another hole. Aha! Suck on that. In our inventory, we just need to set something that says, we can do it in our data structure. For each instance of inventory square, we're going to go back up here to our data structure. For each instance of inventory square, if the square is empty, so if the animation or the name of is empty, we can grab it from here. So if the inventory square is empty, then we want to every time this is true, we want to hide the text. We got to take into account. We need to take into account all of the existing text linked to it. Hide it. So now, give me that one. That didn't work. Sweet. Want to know why? I am struggling to see why I would need... Why did I do that again? Let's swap these around. Okay. I had it out of order. I'm pretty sure is the problem. Nope. Why is that happening? Uh... Oh, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. Woo! About sneezed my brain out. Holy cow. I don't know why I would need to do it for each inventory square. If the player's inventory contains a bag. If it no longer contains a bag. The dropping part works fine, which makes sense. I'm gonna scream. Okay, so in our global, we do have here where this is on right click though. When we use it from our inventory. But at the same time, so similarly, when the inventory no longer contains an item, do that. I don't, what's the deal? It's not doing it. What have I learned here? I feel like I've learned nothing. What? Why did I lose my pick? and the inventory square animation, no, boolean, no, variable, is nothing. Oh, cool. I didn't know I made it to 200. Awesome. Neat. Why? All right, the real question is, though, if... Yeah, that ends up turning off. Huh. Okay, something going on there. For now, we're gonna disable that, disable that, go back into our game. Everything should now, the axe, have its own stack. Drop the axe, pick up the pick, harvest, put that down. It breaks the whole thing. So now let's go into our debugger and look at our inventory square number 2. So what other ways can we use an item? We're using an item here, so let's go backwards a second. Use an item from our inventory. Whenever where are we getting... we're gonna copy this whole thing out. So in our seeding, if these animation of held items is bag, Maybe? Let's see what happens here. So that didn't work at all. Am I thinking about this too hard? I don't think so. Well, okay, now all sorts of nonsense is happening. So, if I dig a hoe and put that... Why am I dropping it? Oh, well, for one, all of that makes sense because I'm an idiot. So, okay, so... Right. Oh, man, I'm getting tired. It's about time for me to get off stream anyway, so that's okay. Okay, so first of all, if it's a bag and we're in the proper collision, why aren't you removing? Should just remove it. Let's see here. Hmm. Okay, that looks like it deleted both my things. I'm thinking about this too hard. So I'm gonna go ways back here. See how far it'll let me go backwards. All right. I think we only need to do this. So now okay. If we no longer, after this, if we no longer have this item in our inventory, then change the animation. Change the animation. I agree. Normally, it should do that. That's the part that I'm, like, frustrated with, because normally... Okay. Well, that worked. So that did what it was supposed to do. Oops. Huh. We have that weird duplication. Oh, yeah. It's because there's a bunch of them. Okay. Oh, there we go. Interesting. But now all of our numbers are messed up. Because we're hiding the slots. Wait, why are we hiding the slots? It's weird to me that that part works fine, but it's because we're triggering it of this. See, but there is nothing really here anymore. Hey, Lord. Welcome back. Indeed, it has been a minute. We've got a lot of changes happening. See, there's nothing actually there anymore because it's planted. So if we have more than one bag, let's go back here for a second, right? So now if we have one bag, let's go collect some more from our trees, even though that's whack. Okay, so soon as I collected something, it broke. It broke. Why you do this? So what happens when I pick up? Every time I pick up a bag, it hides everything in my inventory. Let's go to our inventory manager. Okay, if text is 0, hide it. Okay. It just broke. What do we do to break that? What happened? Oh. As soon as I pressed E, it broke. So we need to go back down to our harvesting and our plant manager. Or our nodes. That's why. We changed the Z order in the wrong place. We'll deal with that later. So that should fix our numbers from disappearing. So it had nothing to do with my script. Or I mean, it did, but nothing to do with the script I thought it was. Okay. So currently we have no planting, which makes sense. That was weird, right? Let's go back into our drag. There we go. So for now, everything should have... Alright, it does. Okay, so now we can go back to our plant manager and reinstate it so we can figure out what's going on here. Okay. That worked, of course, but if there no longer is a bag and the inventory square variable name of item is equal to the held items name of item, then change the inventory squares animation to empty. Take into account all the text. No, that's fine. Change the text to what remains, if anything. Because if it's 0, it should just hide itself. No. Try this again. fine. If the name of the inventory square is bag, then start with this, I guess. So if I use the bag, frickin' use the thing, please. Okay. So that did work. But then it didn't take into account and change. So we need to remove the bag, take into account all the text, remove the bag, change the text, create the thing, set the stuff. If it is 0, it should be hidden. Should be. If the slot text slot, we just want text, sorry. If the text is equal to 0, I think I should just be able to do it this way, but we'll see. Okay, that worked. Now let's do it in a different slot to make sure it's working across all my slots, not just the first one. I had that out of order. Yeah, it's because I didn't have it in the right order. Or not. Usually, we shouldn't need to add anything there, because we're already deciding that if it is 0, like, or we should already be marking down. What the? Because look, when we remove it, we need to set the text. So there should be no inventory when we remove this. And that works here. But for some reason it's not working in my secondary slots. Okay, that part works. Am I crazy? Am I doing this wrong? Isn't that the spot where I should be changing it to 0? I think so. Okay. First of all... Okay. Hold on. I still need it, unfortunately. I want to delete that thing, but I still need it because I'm using it for my debugger, I believe. But I'm going to delete that text here in a second because it's driving me nuts. It's causing me all sorts of gaming hiccups. There we go. There it is. There it is. We did it. That shouldn't have taken that long, but we got it. And now, if we press daytime, everything should grow as it does. Yep. Yeah, you said huzzah. Change it back to daytime. Daytime. Gotta wait 10 years. There we go. Got one more to do. There it is. There it goes. We got it working. Woo! Holy! If I was to increase the global time, would it work for my setup? Well, for demo purposes, at any point in time, we can go into our day-night manager and change minutes. And the minutes obviously would determine how... So we can do like, okay, every 5 seconds, if it's greater than 5, add an hour, and then reset it every 5. So now, we could do this. So now I could grab my pick, farm, switch it to daytime. There we go. Switch it to daytime. Switch it to daytime. That one, for some reason, didn't work very well. Oh, I know why. I was refreshing it in a weird time. So yeah, we can change up our time scale at any point in time. Wait. Why can't I pick these up? That was very strange. I know why. Because in our planting manager, we don't change the text of the inventory back. We change the animation, but we don't change the text. So now we need to change the so now it registers as empty. And now when I pick something up, there we go. Okay. So yeah, all we have to do is increase the minutes in time frame to decide how fast our day-night cycle is. But we don't obviously want it to be this fast because the game would be way too fast-paced. The player is going to be able to sleep to pass time as well, but so, but that's it. I think that that's a good place to stop for today. So I went a little bit longer in my stream than I had anticipated, but I think that we made really good progress today. I'll be back tomorrow doing another stream at the same time, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you guys so much for stopping in. It means a lot to me. I really do appreciate it. I will do my best to schedule my live streams out in advance. I'm going to spend some time this afternoon queuing up those so you guys can see them ahead of time. But for right now, my stream schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Thank you guys so much for stopping in. I super appreciate it. Until next time, fellas.